All right, pop out the YouTube chat. There we go. It's a little warm. I went for a walk just a little bit ago, so I'm still cooling down from it. But let's switch the right scene.
This is medieval times!
Okay. So yeah, allow ignoring specific accounts / users. That is now in progress. Oh, you're right. Yeah, why did I have that showing? I don't remember why we were showing that yesterday. Whatever. Whatever. Hey, what's up, Tristan? How you doing? Oh, that's not even close to a lot of tabs. Not even close. So this is my first time using it, but this is linear. Yeah, I've used Trello in the past. I've used GitHub projects in the past. This is linear. It's fine, you know. I think it would make more sense if I was on like a team. But yeah, for solo stuff, it's a bit overkill. I think Trello would have been fine. I just wanted to try it. It does have a lot of nice features. Oh, you like that? Yeah. You can see all the emotes and words we replace here. Use Notion. Yeah, I have a coworker who's trying to get us to use Notion at work more. It seems interesting. Yeah, exactly. Right? So, like, especially if you do one that replaces the words and it's the only thing, you get to see it big. And we support GIFs and all that. ClickUp. I've never used ClickUp myself. I've heard people mention it in the same like context as like Monday. Okay. All right, so we want to have a list of ignored users. Oh no, that's fine. Yeah, it's no worries. Yeah, no, it's totally fine. Yeah, part of streaming is the chatting part, so don't feel bad about that. I at least just want to like say what my plans are as we're chatting, so not a big deal. All right, so what we need to do... Mojito? No, it's a margarita. Ain't nobody got time to muddle lime. It is a good one. Oh, yeah. Yeah, margaritas are good. I watered down the margarita mix, but other than that, yeah, it's pretty good. So yeah, the big thing is we need to create another migration. It's not going to be something that we can fetch individually, so I'm okay with that part. Right, we'll just return it when a user fetches it. So that part seems fine. So yeah, it's going to be here in create keywords, and we'll just do it right after as well. So then this copy, this is create keyword ignored users. Hey, see? Moshiko's didn't get reset. That's interesting. All right, so this is keyword ID. And maybe it's name and platform. He's behind the reset with Melky. Yeah, exactly. Now we know. It's the only way he'd be able to catch up. He had to coordinate with Melky. It's an inside job. Let me get more music on. Oh, it's always Melky's fault. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we've got So hold on. Let me double check. What we want to do is right, we got the references stuff. Its primary key is going to be on its own. Yeah, this song's great. Damn, you're hearing fireworks already? It's only 2 o'clock here in Washington. Yes, the sun isn't even down where you're at. Yeah, that's a bummer. All right, and platform is not a Boolean, it's a string. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. No fireworks in Utah yet? Okay. I do feel like I've heard one or two. Setting his grass on fire? Jeez. That's not good. So we create an index on keyword, we create a unique index on name, keyword ID, and platform. And I think that works. Yeah, all right. So that part's good. We've got that migration. Ooh. What I want to do, though, is I need to roll back the API before I do that. Otherwise, it's going to try and... Oh, that's the wrong button. All right, roll back all. Perfect. Now I can drag this back in there. And then beyond that, now we need to go add the repository for it for database lookup stuff. And not the repository, sorry, the model. So that goes here in keywords, and it's keyword ignored users. All right, keyword ignored user. It references keyword, and then the values in here, it's name, which is string, platform, which is string. And then from here, get rid of that. We do timestamps, yes. Name and platform. There we go. And yeah, happy 4th. And what's up, Nicholas? How you doing over on YouTube? What you up to? All right, so now this is failing because that's the wrong value. Name and platform. Call that good. What's going on here? Why is it yelling at me? Undefined field posted at. Oh, yep. There we go. Okay, so we've got our model and our table. We probably just want to bring those values through when we query for keywords. All right, so list keywords by org ID. All right, so we get ignored user. And yeah, we probably want to do this same kind of like coalescing. All right, so ID, name, platform, inserted at, updated at. All right, so we do ignored user there. Instead of type, platform, call that good. Ooh, we should not need to be doing this trim anymore. Oh, wait, I'm messing that up. So then this updated. Ignored user. Oh god, typed all that wrong. All right, so platform there. I don't know, keep the order the same. Okay, cool. So here on the repository, we're doing this lookup, and we should be getting all the ignored users when we do that list. And this is just list keywords by org ID. But I think there's a couple other places where we have to do something similar. So this is get keyword notifications by org ID and keyword ID. All right, so then here, We do need some ignored user endpoints. Yep, we alias that. I think Super Maven might nail it for this boilerplate. So get keyword ignored user by keyword ID. This is for an individual one. So yeah, what we want is list keyword ignored users by keyword ID. No, we don't need to do any of that. Okay, so we've got the boilerplate so that we can create and edit these things and do all sorts of other stuff there. We've got this that we need to call when we are doing our event creation. So listening to that fire hose. And what the hell? Come on. Come on, fan. Do your thing. The fan is not blowing hard enough. There we go. Oh, that's way better. All right, so it looks like we have all of the boilerplate for that stuff. We are not outputting those values when we query for keywords. So that would be here in keyword JSON. Why am I doing that foo bar? That was weird. And then, yeah, so ignored users, map that. Yeah, I think I'll take it. It's a little warm here in Washington. It's not that hot. It's just this room's easily like 5 degrees hotter than it is outside. So right now, honestly, it's a pretty good temperature in here. 25.7 Celsius. That's not so bad. $78? Yeah, it's actually pretty good in here. I did go for a walk before starting stream, so I'm a little like warm from that maybe. We're cooling down though. I just don't like the stagnant air. So yeah, the fan needs to like keep going. What's it at where you're at? Like temperature wise? Mm. Margaritas are delicious. Yeah, exactly. There you go. All right, so here's my main thought. We should be spitting out an empty ignored users list when we query for these things. When we want to add or remove an ignored user, do we want to do individual endpoints for that, or do we just want to like pass the list, like the whole list? So it's more like, do we want to be able to do individual operations on the keyword use, like ignored users, or do we just want to pass the entire keyword and its ignored users as a put, basically? And then just solve that inside of that endpoint. It's going to be in the same UI where we were well, no, it's not the same UI. We'll want to do it when you do a create, but then there's going to be the edit as well, like the update endpoint. And we don't have the update modal. Wait, what do you mean by that, Jonas? So yeah, we don't have the update modal, but the update modal will have the whole word toggle as well as ignored users. And then beyond that, it's just a delete of the keyword. I'm still not sure I follow. I'm talking about just the communication with the backend. My thought is that you should be able to add ignored users when you are doing your creation of the keyword, which means we don't want to necessarily do individual endpoints for ignored users. So I think a put would make sense. Yeah, Jonas, I still think you're misunderstanding. I'm not talking about how we present this stuff in the UI. Like, pretty much at all. I'm talking about how do we send the data to the backend? How do we modify that? That's fine. Yeah, if the creation is going to allow passing all the ignored users, the edit would just pass the entire like thing you're editing. I like that. Okay. So now let's start building that out. That means that in the keyword controller, All right, the fan might be up too high right now. We'll see. Yeah, in here, when we create a keyword, ooh, not quite though. All right, so we're not using ignored users yet. If we're able to create the keyword, we get the keyword back, and this is where we then need to map over ignored users and yeah, create keyword ignored user, keyword ID. Yeah, name and platform is what it would have to pass. So then this would actually be map. Creating one of these theoretically comes back with an OK. All right, so then new ignored user. This needs to be turned into a value of new ignored users equals that. All right, cool. Let's double check here in the JSON. Yep, ignored users. We do that. We call that good. Yep. Okay, so that's the create endpoint. We need to update the model so it allows those props. All right, so we'll do something like that. Required name and platform. Required value is full word. Users. Cool. So then, yeah, listing keywords response. That's going to have, I think notifications are actually on there. And ignored users would be there too. Cool. All right, so yeah, we're making some headway here. Let's get more music going. The salt might be my favorite part of margarita. It's just so good. Okay. So then, update. This is important. No. Yeah, we knew what you meant. It's fine. We knew what he meant. He said all he needed to say. Okay, so what we need to do here is keyword ignored users. We do that fetch. Ignored users from request. New ignored users is a filter of that to that. Let's look at this. Right, so that's new ignored users, and then removed ignored users. Both. Ooh, there you go. All right, so hold on. New ignored users are ones that have not, that are in the users from the request. And I think I want to do this backwards. I don't think we want to do the map. This is just a filter. So then this one is, yeah, keyword ignored users. We filter for the ones that are not here. And then here we want to do a... It could just be a for each. And I don't really ever expect this list to be that long. So these are not that much of a problem. What we can do here though is we can just give this a name, right? So, ignored users to remove, ignored users to create. Hey, what's up, Space Case? How you doing, Hyper? The difference between an editor and an IDE these days is very minimal. I think it's totally fine. It depends mainly on the language more than anything. Right? Like, do you consider VS Code an IDE? They call it an IDE, but I think it's just a glorified text editor. Yep. in general, use tools that make your job easier. I think it's fine. You know, like if you're doing JavaScript, VS Code's fine. If you're doing C#, Visual Studio might be better. You know, just depends. But use an editor that is geared towards the language you're working with. And then it solves your problem. I remember back in the day when Prime was working at Netflix and he had to work on some like Java whatever, he used Android Studio, even though he's a NeoVim fanboy. Because it's just not worth the effort of configuring your favorite editor when there's something else out there that just does it better. Right? Spend your time being productive. All right. Let's get the ice pack out of the beanie. Ones in the pockets are getting pretty warm, but I think we're good now. Temperature-wise, I'm feeling not like I'm sweating, which is good, because I don't like sweating. Yeah, I would say no, not Microsoft Word. All right, so map.merge. We do keyword. We do Notepad++ is fine. Zed's fine. They're all fine. For Java, though, I don't know. Android Studio and JetBrains and a bunch of those things, maybe a better experience. Like, just try out Android Studio. See if you like it. All right, it's free, you know. Why not? You're using a framework, it seems less useful? I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't do enough Java, so I'm not sure. All right, so I think we have update and create working now. What we want to do is then... couldn't drop it. Yeah, because we got PG admin open. So, yep, messed that one up. Right, keyword ignored users is the table name. Yep. That part looks good, so we should be able to reset. No? Oh, and then, yeah. That would be part of it. Create keyword ignored users. That could have been at least part of it, but I think it's actually unrelated. Yeah, so now it works. Yeah, we were just naming it wrong. Okay. All right, cool. So database is back up. /dev. Walter is something that we need to work on still. This app is something that we're making so that we can try and dog food it. All right, so there's a thing we're missing in the keyword controller, and that's just an alias. All right. Keyword ignored user dot schema is undefined because I think I forgot to name this properly. So it is keywords dot keyword ignored user. We do see the schema. I mean, this part doesn't really look like the problem. We can do that just to be sure. All right, so where are they saying this is happening? It's list keywords by org ID. Ah, right. So that's a flaw in the repository because we're doing our alias here. And we need it way higher up on the page. So that we can access it where we're trying to access it. Like a glove. All right, cool. So we got that working. And yeah, how's everyone doing today? Got any fun plans for the 4th of July or anything? My big plan is I'm going to cook a burger later. I know. Craziest plans ever. I know. Crazy. All right, so let's delete some of these that we don't care about. All right, so part of the issue is that we tried to create a keyword, but we didn't pass ignored users because it was required and the cast and validate call failed. So now what we need to do is our front end needs to have the ignored users table or whatever. So yeah, we got to do that part on the front end. So yeah, this is the part, Jonas, where we're now looking at how we want to do the front end part of things. Oh, it's your relationship anniversary? Oh, that's cool. That's kind of nice. I know, we're finally onto the front end. Jeez, what took so long? So yeah, here's how we want to do this part then. It could either live here on the form, or it could just be its own state. I don't know if it matters that much. Sorry. Interesting email. Hmm. Hold on. Let me check one thing real quick. What day is election day? It's like November 4th, right? All right. Just in case someone tries to be a dickhead. Yeah, normally the 4th. All right. Anyway, just had to find something. All right, so let's get this going. All right, back to it. Sorry, I got distracted there real quick. All right. Yeah, so do we want to do just an individual like use state for it? I don't think it needs to go on the form. Yeah, I'm okay with it. Yeah, it'll just be its own thing. So this will be const ignored users. No, it's not an atom. Yeah, we'll call that good. Okay, so then below that, you can still do it as part of the form. I'm not sure it needs to be. So we are going to do it as just a regular like form element, and it's going to be an input. And this is going to be we want to show an input field. You have to click the add button to add the user, right? Or like, let's think about this. We don't care about this part. Yeah, I'm thinking we don't want to do the form control this way. Right? Like form control or form field, sorry, is like tied to the form, and we don't want that. But I think the form item and controls can just be separate from that. Now we may want to do, right, it's not going to be comma separated. We do want to do that, maybe. Let's see what it looks like, right? So we get the list here. Realistically, though, right, we do want to do like an info bubble, right? Right? So yeah, your own social media account. So then from here, yeah, we're not doing a comma separated value. And yeah, the description, I think we can get rid of. All right, so we'll bring in select item. Select content, select trigger, yep. All right, so hold on. In our state here, what we want to do is something like this. So we've got platform, string. Hey, what's up, Maya? How you doing? Yeah, what are you up to on your stream? Doing some more assembly code. Very interesting. Interesting, okay. And I forget, this was for that one game that you were talking about before, right? It's like an online game? So brain-breaking assembly puzzles. No, that's awesome. Yeah, that sounds very cool. I am doing well. And yeah, what was the game again? Do you have a link to the thing you were doing? I know I looked at it at one point, but I keep forgetting. But yeah, I'm doing great. I'm doing really good. Enjoying like just a full holiday day. Slept in so amazingly. It was really good. TIS 100. It's a Zachtronics game, pretty old at this point. That's right. Stream keeps cutting out for you? Oh, really? Is anyone else having that issue? Been having issues all day? Yeah, I've been having Slack issues all day. Fine for you? Okay. Music's been pretty consistent? Okay. Well, yeah, that helps. But okay. Yeah, interesting. So this is the game. Oh, major Twitch moments. Yeah, that's crazy. That's a bummer. Okay, so you rewrite corrupted code segments. Very interesting. Okay, yeah, this is cool. Seems like a good fun way to learn assembly. Maya's channel points are a scam? Wait, what does that mean? Why is that the case? Like too much inflation? Ah. So it's like my Beanie-less redeem then, right? I'm about to make it 1,000,000 points. Deal with it. And you'd still be able to redeem it. Yeah, yeah, we got a few people that could redeem it, actually. All right, let me get more music going. Hey, what's up, Krasner? Yeah, happy Friday. Oh, I love this song. Margaritas are so good. That is a marg, yeah. Num 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 num. So yeah, for everyone joining from the raid, the thing we're working on today is we've got Messijo. We've got bugs for days, so that's a fun one. Oh, and yeah, the bug we have is here in our form for creating a keyword. It's a little tricky to me why that broke, actually, because I don't see anything that is a flat-out compilation error. So now we got to figure out what's going on there. That's a totally separate thing. I expected to receive a single React element. So it's here in form control. I'm almost positive. All right, let's just double check that. That makes it work. Okay, so the issue is that I think we need to wrap this. Okay, that helps a little bit. Ooh. So I think I need to do the select inside of a div so I can constrain the width. Let's just say W20. Okay, yep. All right, so then instead of platform, all right, so what we want this to be, right? Like the thought I'm having is I want the user to be able to select the platform that the person's on. And then I want them to enter like their username or whatever. So just like, at foo.example or something, right? Now, technically, we don't have that wired up, but there would be something wiring that field to a value somewhere. From there, maybe we just have like a little link below that says add another, and then it's just another drop down with your options in there. Right, we could just do the butterfly emoji. Ooh, but we can't do content Like, I want to do a function that maps the content. Is there not a prop I can pass that? So there's the props. Yeah, I don't know. I'm on the fence about how I want this to work. One second. Let me just do one thing here. All right, there we go. And yeah, what's everyone up to? What are you up to today, Krasner? Anything fun? And that's what I was checking real quick. I got a whole 10 cents of a dividend from Nvidia. No big deal. I'm basically big time now. I know, exactly. Tony Robbins ain't got nothing on me. Nom, nom, nom. Nom, 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 nom. All right, so let's go look at the Shad CN docs. I mean, technically, it's neo-brutalism. So what I want to figure out is, all right, we got with icon here. Okay, so placeholder can actually be like React components. Okay, so that's good. All right, so let's go look at it on ShadCN, just to be sure. Yeah, let's go to the API reference. I wish there was better examples. I don't care about a custom scroll bar. Yeah, I basically just want to do just like a custom rendering of it. Yeah, like there's got to be some way to do the presentational value versus like the actual value. We could do a drop down instead of a select. Okay, so yeah, let's close this again. I think we ditch the form item stuff. Yeah, and we got to maintain this ourselves. It will be an input and a select per row. Instead of doing this, we can do a div. It's a button, and the button instead of default is going to be null, I believe. Add ignored user. And hey, what's up, Brainless? How you doing? Playing with configs? Nice. Sounds kind of fun. So yeah, like, what are you configuring? Like NeoVim or something? Like, yeah, like, what are you building? What are you doing? Okay, switching to another terminal. Which one are you considering? Ghosty's pretty cool. I mean, just look at how awesome this shader is. I know you're a little jealous of this shader. It's okay. Kitty to Western. I've heard good things about Western. Yeah, Ghosty may be a little early for you. Yeah. The shaders do go bad over time. it's smooth enough on the other tabs. Should we switch up the shader? I feel like it's a good enough day. Oh, fireworks shader. Duh. Duh. What was I even thinking? Yeah, man. Or drunkard. Ooh. Ooh. We'll put that one on at like midnight. All right, so now is it fireworks rockets or is it just fireworks? I'd say fireworks. That's nice. That's a pretty one. You'd lose focus in 2 seconds. You're like, squirrel. I mean, that's part of the fun, isn't it? Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Okay, so yeah, we would do something like this. It's a button that would live there. Oh, I broke something already. Closing tag for form item. No, you can't make me. Okay, so then what I want to do is for each of these, I want to loop over, right? So it's basically we create a row as we loop over the amount of ignored users. Hold on. Let's just refresh this. Let's try again. Yeah, I think I still like null.
but maybe I want to do an icon. I think I like the icon after it. Hmm. I think we got to make that an MB4 to keep it consistent. Yeah, I like this so far. I feel like there's got to be some other button value we could do to style that a little better. So we shrink it a little bit. I think that works. I could also go no shadow. I kind of like that. Right? We could have just added a border. So we could do a variant null and just give it a border, and that'd be fine too. We could even just make it neutral. It does look a little weird. Yeah, I'm okay with that. So then, yeah, we're back to the point of what we show inside of this select icon. And what if we just do the icon? Then it's the value. So here we could do this as an actual div or something, right? Hmm. Wait, what do you mean brainless? No, so I want this to have a width so that the width of the entire drop down stays consistent. Which part are you talking about? What do you mean? Are you saying here for select value? No, what we want to do is we have a placeholder that we want inside of this element, and we can pass an element as the placeholder that goes there. Right? So we can say ASDF in there, and that's totally fine. It should show ASDF, though. So something's weird about the placeholder element. From what we saw, it looked like placeholder could be an element, right? But maybe not. Maybe it's just a string. All right, so we do have logos in here. We've got the blue sky logo. That's really the only one we have for now. Let's just find another quick thing. Right, we'll go Emojipedia, and instead of the butterfly shirt, we'll go cheeseburger, because why not? Blueberries. Where'd you get the coconut? Where'd you get the coconuts? We've found them. In England. Does the swallow not fly south for the winter? So here's my next thought. Can I do a disabled? Looks like I can. Nice. Yeah, so here's the next part. I still want value here. I wonder if I can do this. Oh, so they hate that. Okay, so if we go up to the top, what we can do We will do platform. We'll do it this way. Platform logos. All right, we'll do that for now. And then inside of that select, all right, so then, yeah, here for platform logos, what we want to do is maybe image source equals, and then this value is slash blue sky logo. Will it eventually come from the back end? No, probably not. Like, we don't need to make that fully dynamic. What is the icon library that has icons for brands? All right, like Lucide is deprecating them. And hey, what's up, Albetum? How you doing? Yeah, does anyone remember what icon library they recommend? Is it simple icons? Yeah, no, there's one that they recommend. We had someone in here recently that was using it. Yeah, Iconify is great. Phosphor's great. They're not quite what I'm looking for, though. So yeah, simple icons, I think, is it. I think you're totally right. Yep, simple icons. Yeah, like they're deprecating the entire thing. But, you know, then there's value for simple icons just to do its thing. Hunar. Hey, what's up, Hunar? Yeah, how you doing? Brand fetch. What is brand fetch? I'm not sure I'm even aware of it. All right, SI, and then this part. SI Reddit. All right, so Blue Sky, Reddit, lobsters. And then Hacker News. Is there not a Hacker News one? Let's do Y Combinator. Does Hacker News have its own like separate logo? No, it's just the Y logo. Yeah, so I think we're set. All right, so we got these icons, platform logos. And then here, um, all right, so we do that part. And then, yeah, for these, Blueski. Okay, so now what we want to do here. All right, so these all disabled. We do the blue sky, we call that good, but this needs to exist outside of it. And then up here, what we want to do is we want to style these things based upon their content. All right, so then this would be uh, yes, we just want to go and add these to all of these. Apart from the ads? What do you mean ads? What ads? All right, there we go. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I kind of like that. Okay, so the PR2, though, I think is a bit much. Where are these questions coming from, man? All right, so select trigger here. Oof. Yeah, that one's no good. And okay, so Hunar, brand fetch. Yeah, I wanted the icons. Yeah, I didn't want like the full SVGs. Like I could have done it that way too. This is easy enough. Yeah, I don't know exactly, Jason. Seems a bit trolly at this point. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, not following. Yeah, I think we're just gonna ban you. I'm good. No thanks. Totally, Chance. Totally. And I know we've been over this before, but man, your name is such a spoiler. Oh, I'm not drunk yet. I'm working on it. We're getting there. It's a whole process. It's a whole thing. I know. I'm having fun. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, that was it. That was the intern. The intern got access to the bot. You know, some people do ASMR, some people do other things. Hmm. Delicious. All right, so there's just something up about the trigger. What are the props that we can pass the trigger? Yeah, no, that's an easy ban. Good job, not Nightbot, but what what do they call it? Automod? Good job, Automod. Yeah, I mean, it's not like they're wrong. I do need to shave, but no, we just don't need to engage with people that are that toxic. It's actually really easy. Problem solved. Out of sight, out of mind. All right, so let's look at the props that select trigger takes. It's like just an as child. Hmm. So it looks like we could do a custom icon. Yeah, select icon only really comes from Radix UI. Hmm. Oh, wrong place. Okay. I like how this UI works so far. I think that's okay. So then the next bit would be we need to be able to create the thing. We maybe also want to add like a delete. We skip the singing. Come on, get out of here with that. Soon, soonish, and someday. There we go. We could do it. I'm okay with that. I almost want to give these a little bit of a gap. Maybe the gap can just be 1. Just they're like at least a little separated. Right, you got to keep them separated. I'm a little too pumped on that joke. There we go. That looks better too, right? Made that border thinner. We'll take it. All right, so then the delete button. It needs to actually do something, and this is on... Let me think about this. Yeah, this is just on click. Shit. Really? No way. What? What? Come on. Okay, no, we're good there. So now the issue is just simply... yeah, part of the problem is that... we're doing a list of things. We need a key. We'll just do it by index, though that's just really not ideal. That actually doesn't look too bad. What happens as we, like, add a bunch of users? Yeah, this form is now not scrolling the way we would want. We're listening to Blue Sky through their WebSocket. I think I want to do this still, right? We're going to leave it as a fragment. And then the page on which we're using it. Hmm. Hmm. So hold on. We want PR4 so that the scroll bar doesn't get wonky on us. Hmm. There's almost like a better abstraction I could do for the form, right? Like by like instead of shipping these buttons as part of the form, they just sit as part of the dialogue instead. We typically disallow Udemy because they're the worst, but yeah, no, sounds about right. Yeah, anyone here dealing with the cursor shenanigans, like the rug pull on their billing? Anyone actually having issues with that? I don't pay for cursors, so it's not a problem I have. I just use the free tier. Yeah, me either. There's a bunch of competitors, though. There's Pear, there's Windsurf, there's Trey. I forget all of them. Trey is the one by ByteDance, so if you have something against TikTok and ByteDance, maybe don't use that one. Theoretically, they said something about like unlimited tokens or something, and a bunch of people bought, and now they're being charged for tokens because they like undid some billing change. I don't know the full details. I just know it's a bunch of drama. Yeah, right. Like this is bugging me. The way these buttons are getting cut off by the thing that's rendering them. Hmm. All right, that just starts to look weird, though. You know what? We could just make it scroll the ignored users section. I kind of like that idea. Yeah, I like that idea. So we'll do that inside the form. We'll just scroll that one section. I know there's another way to kick this to another tick. Okay, that's not terrible. Okay, so then one more thing I want to do is, yeah, we're doing this in the scroll area. I want to show a value here, which is ignored users.length. Yeah, all right. So I like the UX of this so far. How do we all feel about it? It's not perfect. Like at some point, instead of a modal, maybe we just go to another page. Okay, so no, it's at the keyword level for like the whole org. All right, so we've got an error creating that keyword now. Why? Probably because we're not passing the values we expected because we're not doing that. Yeah. So what we need to do next is when we do our submit, we are submitting, we run the on submit that happens elsewhere with the data that we're passing to it. All right, so then on submit form, we go into our services here, keyword services, and we just pass the params directly through. Yeah. And yeah, what's up, Bob? How you doing? So we're still getting a 422. So wait. This is a post. All it does is say failed to load response data, but why don't we see what went over the wire? What did we try and send? I see request headers. I don't see the request body, though. Yeah, we see content type. We don't see content, though. Do you see a content length? Yeah, that part's weird. What we can do here, though, is just log it. Ah. Oh, and I bet it is ignored users with underscores. Yep. Okay, so that's it. Ooh, but yeah, this is actually going to be a flaw because we haven't rebuilt the SDK. All right, so let's try this again. Get Kraken, match whole word, add ignored user. Ah, 500, sad panda. So we got a little further along. Oh, that's a classic movie. Yeah, good catch. All right, so platform can't be blank. Yeah, so we're not setting platform properly. And that's a problem in our form specifically. Okay, so that failed to validate again. But why? Okay, so we see the payload now. Sweet. Platform is still empty. Interesting. All right. Oh, interesting. The scroll area breaks. Something here. Yeah, we get into like a focus cycle that we shouldn't. That's weird. So we'll have to figure that part out, but not today. Okay, so yeah, the unread red stuff, like the details we're gonna have in here. I almost want to like brainstorm what the card should look like, and we could ask some vibe coding tool like V0 or whatever, just to see what they come up with. We may not use it exactly, but I think there'd be value in just trying to hammer that out. Ah, delicious. And yeah, we need to start being able to edit these things. Yeah, let me point my microphone better. You guys could probably have heard me just fine, but yeah, I just didn't even realize I wasn't facing the right way. Okay, so what's another component we could use for like a multi-select? It's not combo box. Yeah, I don't see the component I'd be thinking of. Like the one I'm thinking of right now would be either a drop down where you select multiple things and it says like X selected or whatever. We could also do like a badge input. I'm a little surprised we don't have a badge input. Because I feel like there is one in Shad CN. Maybe not. Let's double check though. No, so badge is not it, right? Badge is just a part of it. And that's just like the visual representation. It's not the selection I'm looking for. Like toggle group. Like it's almost like a combo box, but it's not the same thing. We could probably make it happen with a drop-down menu. All right, have things like selectable there. I mean, let's go look at badge, right? I doubt it's what I'm looking for. Yeah. God, what is that input called? It's like tag picker. I think this is basically it, right? So as you go and start like adding multiples, right? This exact thing. That's what I'm looking for. Hmm. Hmm. This is very similar to what I'm looking for, yeah. Hmm. Our list isn't going to be that massive. So it could just be a list of like the name with a toggle next to it. Yeah, I'm a little surprised by that too. But Shadcn's meant to be a bunch of primitives anyway. So I can understand why it's not part of it. It just seems like it would be, right? But maybe I'm overcomplicating it. Yeah, I think we're overcomplicating it. Like instead, if we were to add it and we just had like the list of platforms and it's just a like a checkbox or a toggle next to each one, then it's fine. Yeah, we could do checkboxes or toggles. They're the same thing. So the more I think about this, the less I think a modal makes sense for this. And then we can just put this on a page and call that page good. So then how do we feel about notifications for creating a new notification? This should probably be on its own page too. Right, and navigating from page to page is cheap, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Yeah, I think we're just running into a modal being a bad experience for this. Yet again. I keep trying to jam more complicated forms into modals, and I keep end up going back on them. But I think it's just the better user experience. To do like a whole page for a complicated form. Yeah, okay. I like that. So then what we're going to do is we're going to disable this modal, and we'll just create a page for creating keywords, and we'll do it for notifications. I think I want to commit what we've done so far. All right, so we'll get those kicked up. All right, so the issue title is move create / edit functionality or keywords and notifications to their own routes. All right, so yeah, billing is still kind of last on that list, but something we want to do probably before we do our pivot to send grid. Yes, we'll call what we've got going so far good. PNPM dev, we start that back up. Back end wise, this is all going to be front endy stuff, so we can just do that. So then, since it's all going to be front endy, let's make sure we got those shuffled in the right way. We do. And yes, so we still have this keyword form and the notification form. I think those are good abstractions because we're going to need them on each of the individual pages anyway. So we got some boilerplate here. Let's add those new things to our router. Right, so then notifications will do the same thing. Okay, so we got the routes created. All right, so yeah, what we need here is selected org. We probably end up needing All right, so we got a bunch of props on here that we need to bring out. On submit, set notification is incorrect. Okay. So we got some boilerplate in there. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah, what's up, Talisman? How you doing? And yeah, let's clear out a bunch of this stuff we're not using. To-dos are fine. All right, so yeah, back to the top here. Ah, right, selected org. So it's not in the URL. All right, well, I forget. How to grab like path params with React Router. It is Dorama Sands. And Talisman. So you're well fed, nice. No automobile accidents, no trips to the emergency room. That's a solid holiday. Nicely done. Could have been way worse. Nope, not comic new. Yeah, it's use params. Pretty sure that's it. All right, so we don't have that, but we can create the get notification endpoint. All right, that should be good there. They're complaining about selected org ID not being there. Time for some dinner and TV. Yeah, we're gonna have a great stream for sure. Yeah, we're chilling. I'm gonna do a burger for dinner tonight. It's gonna be delicious. And yeah, we're hammering out some functionality. Sipping margaritas. What's up, everyone else's preferred 4th of July beverage? Is it just beer? Is it whiskey? Did I nurse that margarita for 4 hours? No, we're on our 4th one. Shit. All right, let's make another. Damn, it's already 6 o'clock. Time flies when you're having fun. I almost said having fun, which is a totally different thing, man. No, this is a good whiskey. Or not whiskey, sorry, tequila. Corralejo. I like it. It was on sale. But yeah, no, it's a good one. Since I am kind of nursing a bit, we'll make this a little stronger too. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Anything fun? There you go. Hey, what up, Robertables? We are drinking margaritas today. Making sure I get plenty of vitamin C. Some 8%? When you say 8%, you mean just like a really strong beer? What beer was that? You've got an old fashioned using Elijah Craig small batch. Nice. Hop wine. I mean, I've had stronger. Pyramid Brewing does a good 10%. Technically, once you start getting into like double IPAs. And Sharuk. Is it possible to send large files in notification? In this app? No. I'm kind of curious where that question came from. Behind 1010 app? What the hell is 1010? Yeah, what is 1010? The Adventures of Tintin. Ooh, there you go. Yeah, I don't know. Sounds a little spammy there, Sharuk. Sounds kind of really spammy. That's fine. Why do we care? What does it have to do with anything, man? Your lack of a follow is pretty telling. Mr. Sir.
Now, Larobi, I don't think you need to engage with them. I don't think there's any value in it. File.pizza? Nope, I have not seen file.pizza. Interesting. No, I get it, Larobi. I just think they're spamming. All right. Internet really is just bots. I don't know. It definitely starts to feel that way. Yeah, exactly, dude. Yeah, Reddit's the worst. Yeah. AI spam versus human spam. Basically the same shit. Yeah. Mm. God, margaritas are just so good. Right. So that was the last song on that album. Let's get another. Oh, this is an interesting one. It's only 2 songs, though, so we'll have to switch it up here in a second. But, oh, this is kind of nice.
Yeah, this is a cool song. All right, anyway, let's keep hacking this out. I know, right? Yeah, no, this song's good. Hold on. So one thing, I need to get the navigator. Or we could just make it a link. This one's kind of fun, too. Are we close to finishing? We're close to, I think, being able to deploy the MVP. Finishing is a lot more work, right? So, yeah, what we need to do is we need to move the create edit functionality to their own pages. We need to add billing. And we need to pivot to SendGrid. Those are like the last things we need before we launch up the MVP. Technically, there's a little bit more for Slack. But yeah, like we can keep adding stuff, and I think it'll be fun. But then there's always more to do, right? Lobsters, Hacker News, Reddit, right? Other notification channels like Discord or webhooks or Microsoft Teams, which I don't have in here. Wait, where did I put that? Oh, add MS Teams notification support. I'd say that's after Discord and webhooks. Lobsters is a Hacker News style website. Right? So, you know, just very tech focused, basically Hacker News. Their code is open source, I believe. So they are way higher in the list than Hacker News for like adding stuff. That's just a 4K screen. Actually, it might even be a 2440. Or what is it, 2540? You know what I mean. 1440p, that's the word I'm looking for. 2560 by 1440. That's it. But this, I could have sworn they link to their GitHub here.
That's fine. Yeah, so this is the source code for Lobsters. And yeah, let's get another album going. Only 4 songs, but we haven't listened to it in a long time, so whatever. Jeez. All right, so I didn't realize that they were getting roasted. So yeah, at some point, we're gonna need to take this, fork it, and figure out how to start publishing their content to the Blue Sky ATProto. One of the maintainers of the project actually rated us at one point, and were kind of keen on giving me like commit access. We can do that separately, but it does seem like it's something that they're interested in. Hold on, let's see what this one says now. Wait, what the hell is barnacles? Oof. It's fucking dead, man. All right. Well, that's fun. Jeez, man. Yeah, they're getting roasted. Is that comment just fully gone? No, it's still there. 8 years ago, though. Jeez. So yeah, whatever. What we could do.
Yeah, very cool that they share all that. I just wish the code base was more open, but we can find it. We were just there a second ago, actually. Maybe not. I lost it. It's gonna be a night. Yeah, that's a bummer, Jason. All right, so this one does seem way up to date. So yeah, we can close some of these. But yeah, this is the thing where I'd want to maybe try and contribute to it and all that. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, that's the person that rated us at one point when we were starting this project, and they were actually keen on publishing to ATProto. So yeah, I'd have to maybe like look into how to do that more, because I'd love to just help them do that rather than having to scrape their RSS feeds. See, they're asking me for money to play an album that I totally bought, man. All right, so yeah, that's another major reason I am not happy with the Midnight. But, oh well, it's fine. Oh, there you go. Oh, that's cool. All right, so yeah, that's something we could do at some point. We don't have to do it now, but yeah, just thinking about the lobsters thing. We're not going to do those. We're going to ignore that and that and that. This works though. Sweet.
All right, so yeah, create notification here takes us to this page. Perfect. We could definitely give it like a max width and a bunch of that stuff, but I'd say it's fine for now. This feels okay to me. There's another button up here. Yeah. So then we do as child. And that looks okay to me. Cool. What are some of the errors we're getting right now? And a little bit of any. Just sprinkle some any on it. No big deal. And that we'll call good. So then, yeah, you have no notifications yet thing. I think there's just way too much padding above that. All right, so technically, ooh, yeah, we'll get rid of that because it shouldn't be necessary. It's just a bad thing. That then becomes what we want on the new notification page. All right, so we want to bring in Navigator. Right, and we just navigate back to notifications. On cancel, we do the same thing. We're going to bring in the router too. Ooh, is there not a use router? I just want to do like a back. Oh, we could do -1 to do a back. Ah, okay. Always forget about that. All right, so we can do something like that. Sure, we can do that to cancel and go back. All right, into it. We can get rid of this dialogue now. Padding top 32. Let's just make that more like a 16. Yeah, I kind of like that. I'm not sure we even need the padding top. I don't think we do. Yeah, no, I think it goes away. All right, all the other spacing stuff fixes it for us. Okay. I feel like the titles are just a little too big. I might just want to put it inside of the div as well. Yeah, no, I think for consistency, we'll keep it outside of the div. I do still like large instead of extra large, though. Yeah. Now, hold on. We're doing... Let me just copy and paste everything here. We're actually messing that up. This should be... edit. So then here for new, yeah, we don't do that, because that doesn't make any sense. We don't need to fetch the notification, because that doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so then for the form, we probably want something like editing as a prop. And we can decide what that means. Yeah, so we don't want people to be able to edit the email value that they have set. Right? So if they enter a wrong number or a wrong email, they just delete that notification. And they can create a new one. I think that simplifies like the verification process. So yeah, we do still need a prop for editing, and that'll help us decide some of this stuff. Dirt leading. Totally a different thing. All right, so yeah, we would do that. So then if we want to edit a notification, we navigate to that page, but we're not going to see it on this page, which is fine. We're going to do the same thing here. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Having a fun day? Margaritas, man. Just delicious. Right, so yeah, the is editing value pops into there. Here we still do this and the alerts. You're editing an existing keyword. We bring those in. The album's still going, which is nice. Mm. All right, so yeah, we got the is editing thing. The handle submit is going to need a little bit of work. That actually seems right to me, so I'm not sure what the deal is now. Oh, it's because of how the form's doing it. Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah, so we'll have to think about that part. Hmm. Yeah, we'll leave that part for now. We want to do the same thing that we just did for notifications. We want to do that for keywords now too, right? So creating new ones shouldn't show the modal. It should actually show the form over on the other page. So let's do that on the keywords page. And if we look at it, yeah, these two pages are really empty. So we'll have to fix that, but we can fix it here first. Right, yeah, so we'll leave that because we're not going to show the dialogue anymore. And that should give us a hint on where this is an issue now. So, yep. Then this becomes as child. This becomes a link to keywords new. And we call that good. Yeah, I feel like this album's starting to slow down. Let's find one that is a little more upbeat and a bit longer.
All right, so now we need to do this. Now hold on. Wait, did I mess that up here? No, I just had these in the wrong order. That's fine. Okay, so back to new keyword. They're still complaining here, when realistically we should just navigate back to keywords if we complete it. All right, so cancelable, submit text on submit. And then here we do that. We save, we copy everything. We bring that over to edit keyword. Is editing true? And I should have done that over here for this form. All right, so creating a new keyword, we get to this page. Sure. So now, hold on. How does our tabbing work? I feel like it is tabbing to that, but it's not active like it should be. What is it tabbing to there? Huh. All right, so what I want to do is, at least here in keyword form, I want to get rid of that scrollable section because I don't think it's actually helping us out. Yep. I could add tab index -1. I'm not sure what thing I would add that to, though. Like, I'm not sure what is, what is intercepting that tab. We don't know. So, yeah, what would I add it to? I don't know. Oh. That was the wrong place. So then, yeah, flex. We probably want W full on this one. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I think the page should scroll. That's okay. All right, so then we go to keywords here, and what we want to do is maybe navigate and edit the keyword, right? So manage notifications we can do here. I'm okay with that part. So yeah, we want to create an edit endpoint. And instead of manage notifications, maybe it's just notifications. All right, so then that's over on the keywords page. And we already had that, which is nice. the keyword itself is something that you won't be able to modify. Ignored users and the platforms that we care about can be. So then this is where on this page we'd want to have maybe like the list of supported things. Yeah, I like that. One thing though, hold on. So we're here in edit notification. We see the form max WMD. We do that there too. Why do they seem like they're different widths? Yeah, that should be the same width as the create page. So max WMD doesn't seem to be doing exactly what I wanted. But why? It's almost certainly because of that alert. If I get rid of the alert, does it solve our problem? It does. So there's something going wrong here. The max width isn't what we expect it to be. Yeah, I don't know. I do need to use the restroom. Does making the browser width smaller show what I want? No. Like, maximum width should work. No, I think I might need to make the entire thing like flex, like the wrapper around it. Like, no matter what, on both of these pages, we're wrapping the form inside of a div that we're giving a max width to. So this max WMD should work. I mean, if we just make it flex, that shouldn't actually change anything. Oh, it broke. It broke everything because we did that. And then we do this. And it's still... So, you know what? Hold on. My thought is that the MD is actually accurate. Whereas instead, if I make this SM, it goes narrower. Yeah, so it was actually that the MD was accurate.
but we weren't going full width with it. Technically, I might want to go XS instead of SM, but I do have to go P. So let me go do that. And I will be right back. So give me a second. Okay, let me grab some more margarita mix. So this is a different one than the one we were sipping on. We'll see if it's any good. And what's everyone up to? Anything fun? Any plans for the weekend or anything? We're heading to Margaritaville. Yeah, that mix is okay. Not the best I've ever had.
All right, so right is editing. We go into keyword form. So yeah, we got to do the same thing for both of these. Oh, interesting. So we've got a bug there that we'll just let be a bug. Um, right, we're not passing the keyword into it, but we did disable that field, which I think works just fine. So then here, same idea. We bring in notification response. No, all of like almost everything is from neo-brutalism. Right, so that one is disabled if editing. Batch interval can be edited. The frequency can totally be edited. So then, yes, these ones, phone country code. Disabled is editing. Disabled is editing. Cool. So this part gets tricky, right? If it's a Slack notification, for the new part of things, we just simply redirect them back. But if we're editing, we probably want to let them go manage the channels and stuff.
So this is simply and is not editing. If we are editing... Oh, and what font? This is Dorama Sans. So then, yes, if it's Slack and we are editing, we do that. What we want to do, though, is the type is not actually able to be changed either. Yep. Oof. And we broke everything. But it doesn't tell us why. Hold on. So yeah, that unused field. We got to do something there to fix that. Because we shouldn't have to do that hack. Seeing an Elixir streamer is like seeing a unicorn in a shopping mall. Unexpected, but always a welcome sight. I think there's more and more people doing it. Right? So, the Primogen was just recently, like, as part of a meme, like, reading a book about Elixir and, like, the Beam VM and all that. Theo's a big fan of Elixir as well. So, yeah, with them hyping it up, you're probably going to see more. Yeah, maybe that's a big part of it. Yeah, that margarita mix isn't really very good. It's got like a smoky flavor to it. Gross. Whatever. I've had worse. What's up, Kadibod? How you doing? And Leaferon, what you up to? But yeah, welcome, Vilian. Yeah, no worries. Received your no cheese pizza. Just watching some chill streamer. Yeah, it's like he smokes weed or something. I don't get it. Do I make games? No. I'm actually planning on vibe coding a game. We just haven't gotten to it yet. It was just a joke, right? It was a total joke, man. It was just to make a bullshit joke. Bill sheet, bullshit, bullshit. It was a total joke, dude. Like, it's not a real thing I was trying to build. Okay, just making sure. All right, so hold on. And yeah, do I make games? No, there's definitely a game I'd like to make at some point. I'm curious, like, what are the tools you would use to vibe code like an Unreal project? Yeah, total bill sheet. Exactly. All right. So yeah, you get it. You remember the joke. I mean, the stack's already chosen. I mean, yeah, what's up, G-Bone? How you doing? But yeah, like, I'm guessing you can't use Cursor to vibe code Unreal games, or Godot or Godot. What are people vibe coding games with, right? Like proper games. Do we just unleash Claude code on it? We did a little bit of looking, right? Like, I think I installed OpenCode yesterday, right? Oh, and that's right. We installed it at one point, actually, right? Yeah, let's double check this real quick. All right, so it looks like open code really isn't set up for local models. So code drift. I've used Elixir for ages, like since 2016. It doesn't mean I'm an expert, right? Like I don't do everything the way a lot of Elixir devs would prefer. But yeah, I've been using Elixir since around 2016, 2017. I learned Elixir at the same time I learned Go and Rust. The way I did so was I built out this application called Proficientim. The joke is that Proficientim would have been named better if it had existed, but when I was trying to name it. But the idea is you would enter a word like, I don't know, food, right? Get food, and you would find domain names that are synonyms of the word food in this case. And then you can see if those domain names exist where you combine the prefix or suffix with the word that you were looking up synonyms for. Pretty straightforward, very simple API, but there's a bunch of boxes it checks off. So it started out as a Node.js API that needed to fetch data from a JSON API, which was Wordnik, and an XML API, which was dictionaryapi.com. It also needed to spin up a server that I could hit from the front end, you know, how to do cores, how to do whois lookups, like a bunch of these things. So there's like enough boxes I'm checking, and I'm storing like cache values for like synonym lookups in Redis. So all of those things, right, I needed to do and understand how to do them with other languages. So I ended up rebuilding the same API in Go, Rust, and Elixir. And I timed it for all of them. You know, so I didn't time how long the Node.js one took to build, because who cares? But then for building the Go, Rust, and Elixir ones, the Go took like 19 hours, the Elixir took 21, and the Rust took around 23. But the problem is the Go felt like it took longer because I got hung up on the JSON marshalling thing, right? Like capitalization and all that. But yeah, that's typically how I learn new languages. I try and rebuild something I've already built. So then, long story short, Elixir's fine. Does what I need. I picked it specifically for this use case because I knew I'd need to do the whole fan out thing to many processes and possibly like multiple servers, and I didn't want to deal with a message queue. So yeah, maybe open code is something I can't use. So instead, let's go look at all hands. But yeah, does that answer your questions there, Code Drift? Hey, yeah. How you doing, Bob? Yeah, what are you up to? All right, so Crunch Bang. Is it the other way around? It's Crunch Bang slash Ben slash Batch, I think. Chmod plus X all hands. I do want to try my hand at getting just some like background vibe coding thing kicking off. Right now, we're considering what would it look like to do it with, all hands are open code and see how much Unreal or Unity they could hammer out, even Godot or Godot, either one. But we could always just scaffold it as like a web game and then port it, right? Because like the core logic could be pretty easily ported. Interesting. So it still seems like this tool doesn't have a good time trying to connect to local stuff either. I wish I could force this to give me an API key. Hmm. All right, let's double check this. Yeah, so I don't see any way of running all hands using a local model like that of LM Studio. Maybe I should get Olama going? No, it looks like this is fine. All right. Oh, so it looks like there's extra stuff I gotta configure. So what they want me to do then, and this is code stroll. Hold on, so we're gonna eject code stroll. I don't see dev stroll, so we'll do a discover. Yeah, dev stroll small. Okay. So yeah, I'm still really curious about how we could do some of this. All right, so Android Studio, 1.4 gig. That's not the end of the world. This one's still going. No, this is for Unreal. I just want to see like how it works, like in general. All right, so that model is done. Let's load it. All right, so we installed it there. All right, so we want to enable flash attention, which I don't see there. 32,768 or higher. Okay. So we're loading that model. It doesn't seem to have any of those configuration settings I was looking for, which is odd. That part seems fine. All right, so we loaded the model. We start the LLM server, the model API identifier. Yeah, maybe less configuration for MLX models. That makes sense. API key is local LLM. Interesting. But hold on. Interesting. Aha, so that did it. Okay, cool. Oh wow, it's like loading a full-on VS Code. So how do I tell it like what folder to look at? And yeah, that could end up taking a little while. We'll just let it go. Oh. Right, like I want to build tic-tac-toe in Unreal Engine. Sure, let's give it a shot. So yeah, definitely runs a little bit slower. It doesn't seem like it. Yeah, which seems odd. It could still be in like doing the inferencing. Do it using Python instead. That's not what I was asking, man. Hmm. Yeah, so not ideal. Um, and technically, this may be slightly outside the scope of something All Hands is good at. I don't know for sure. Yeah, no, it's still pretty cool. Yep. Yeah, I'm not like totally against it. I just don't know if this is like the vibe that we're looking for, you know? It looks like it installed pretty much everything it needs. This is interesting, at least. Hmm. So where do I find these files now? Yeah, interesting. Yeah, still pretty cool. Not sure it's necessarily what I'm looking for, but yeah, I don't know. All right, so, oh man, and it's still running. So now they're starting the app. I mean, this is kind of cool. Yeah, I think realistically, the way to do this that would work for me is we'd want to start with sussing out the basics of the build. Yeah, it's probably inside the Docker container, which means I'm a little curious how we would get access to it. Oh, that's interesting that it rendered so funky. Yeah, it could just be some font stuff. Exactly. Or tabs or like something, right? Like tabs versus spaces. Yeah, no, it's still pretty cool. So the interesting part is that it all happens within like this Docker container. So it's self-contained and it's not going to bleed out into your own file system, which is cool. I think there's definitely some like good protection there. Yeah, this is nifty. It's not necessarily what I was looking for. But okay. No, I kind of like it. There you go. Exactly. Yeah. No, it's actually smart the fact that it's like self-contained within like a container. I kind of like that. Is it as fast as I would have liked? No, I bet it could have been quicker, but we're running from our local machine. So there's only so much that can be done there. But yeah, no, kind of cool. I do still need to finish setting up Android Studio. Oh, but I don't know. We don't need to do that right now. Is there AI agent Android Studio? So yeah, it looks like Gemini is required for it. Yeah, so we wouldn't be able to use a local one anyway. Yeah, so I think I'm back to the point where I probably just want to build like a hacky JavaScript phaser version of it, OpenGL, whatever. Yeah, MCP is slightly different. You would still need like an agent of some kind to utilize the MCP. Ooh. Ooh. Margaritas are so good. Damn, it's already 8 o'clock though. The time is flying today. Luckily, it's just Friday though. We got a whole Saturday ahead of us too. I'm gonna try and wake up earlier tomorrow. Try and get like a good long bike ride in, and then like start stream by like noon. That would be kind of cool. But yeah, let's close some of these things. At one point, we had chatted with someone about doing sponsored content for All Hands, and I still think I'd be down to do so, but I at least wanted to give it the old college try because I really do respect the person that reached out to me about it, even if that fell through. I'm not too worried about that part. I am not stressing about the sponsored content thing. I am happy to test and fiddle with it because I like the person. All right, let's pour another margarita. And let's keep working on what we're building here. All right, the whole editing and modification thing being on separate pages, right? So creating a new one, we do this stuff. Probably need a little bit of space at the bottom there. That's fine. For editing a notification, we don't have the edit button on that page. We do have one on this page. We go to edit, and we see that keyword and some other stuff is blocked out. I'm almost thinking that that add ignored users thing, where would I actually want to put that? Right? Like, this button seems a little out of place. Like, I'd rather maybe just show no users added yet as text and then just have like the plus button over here. And we need a little space between this note. Yeah, okay. I feel like that description is not necessary. So we'll call this good, right? Editing, though, we're not fetching this notification, because that comes in from elsewhere. So yeah, on the edit keyword page, because we're doing that one first, right? We need to fetch some state. Right, so we add all missing imports there. We got keyword ID here. And then keyword needs to be passed in. So something is up there. And realistically, yeah, if we fetch the keyword, what we then want to do is maybe like form dot something. Oh, we don't have that though. So then inside of keyword form, this is where we set these values. So then we do need a use effect inside of here. Yep. Yep. Okay. That kind of works for me. Sweet. So then we want to do the same thing for notification form. I feel like we can let that part be. Now we do need to bring in use effect. Let me get more music going. Yep. Yeah, that looks good. Let's pour another beverage. Oh man, what am I doing? Not drinking a margarita right now. We have gotten like half of that thing. That's a fair bit. That's a fair bit. Here's the crazy part. It's not hitting me nearly as much as the whiskey was yesterday. And what's up, Lil Uzi Park? How you doing? Your name still reminds me of Ken Wheeler because he goes by Lil Uzi Vert on or he goes by Lil Uzi something, doesn't he? Hold on. Ken Wheeler Twitter. Young Perf Poppy. Okay, he changed it. I feel like it used to be like Lil Uzi Vert or Lil Uzi something or other. That is such an AI image he's got generated there, though. That's the funny part. He's like so anti-AI that, but he's using an AI image right here. Come on, man. Maybe that's actually him. It's just, I don't, it doesn't, nah, it doesn't look like it. No, they've gotten good at AI. Like, they've gotten good at doing hands now. Or they're at least, like, way better than they used to be. So yeah, how's everyone doing today? All right, so editing a keyword. Uh, Hold on. All right, so we got an issue here. Yes, this is where this form caring about global state is actually a problem. Yes, this part's a bit trickier. And you know what? I am getting hungry. I'm getting pretty hungry. I'd say it's burger time. You know, it takes some time to cook. I'm gonna want to get the fryer going for some fries and stuff. And yeah, it's 8 o'clock. We'll play some games tonight. Tomorrow, we'll hop right back on, and yeah, we got to knock this out. What I want to do is maybe give myself like a good leaving off. This form validation breaks on the edit page because we definitely have this keyword already. So yeah, this is the part where we got to think about just how is this going to get used? How is it going to be consumed? We made some really good progress today though, right? Like we added the whole like ignored users thing already, right? We just need to make these pages work better. I think there's a bunch I'm doing to like reduce repetition that might be shooting myself in the foot. What I could do yeah, but like part of the problem is that the form is the thing that manages this. But the place we'd be doing like a submit that would care about it would be outside of this, right? Like outside of the component. So how do we want to pass that validation state back to the component? And maybe it's still like an is editing versus other thing. Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna go raid someone, figure out who's streaming. I'm gonna eat myself a burger. It's gonna be delicious. And then I'll play some games here later tonight, and then tomorrow we'll wake up and we'll get back to some more of this coding. So who all streaming? Who should we go raid? Danny Sims doing some cooking. Trycatch TV is doing their like food app thing. ZA Shaw is doing some Go web dev. Yeah, let's go raid ZA Shaw. It's been a little bit. They're making a site for chat, no brain rot stream. Wait, hold on. Are they about to go raid someone? Oh, okay. So L Clonk just finished up, it looks like. Maybe not. So yeah, ZA Shaw looks like they're still going for a bit. Yep, L Clonk definitely raided them. We haven't seen L Clonk raid us in ages. But whatever. That's fine. So yeah, we're going to go right into ZA Shaw's stream. And they're doing some Go web dev. I'll see some of y'all over on Gaming Channel, if you're not aware. I'll be in the kitchen cooking my burger, making some french fries, and then after food, we will play some game. I don't know which one yet. Maybe more Indiana Jones. Maybe something else. I don't know. We'll see. No decisions made yet. But let's go see what ZA Shaw's up to. I'll be back here on this channel tomorrow. We'll be continuing to work on what we're working on. I'm still going to try and brainstorm how we could like vibe code a game. But we don't have to do it today. We don't have to do it now. So let's go say hi to ZA Shaw. Everyone on YouTube, thank you all for hanging out, for watching, for chilling. You're the best. But yeah, so YouTube, I will bid farewell.